Estoy hambriento. Me gusta el pollo. Me gusta el pescado. Tengo una semilla de tomate. Oh, estoy hambriento.
Grab a couple baskets and hop on our bikes, and we'll just go a little bit further down the road where there's some trees we haven't hit.
Spruce tips can open up airways and take the gunk out of your throat, and is really high in vitamin C. First, you pick the spruce tips, and make sure not to pick the middle one. Only pick the side ones, and make sure to pick all the way around the tree. Then put them in a pot and fill them to the top so the water covers them with water, rainwater. The groundwater could have arsenic in it, and that would be bad for the teeth. Then you boil it. And then you let it sit overnight. In the morning you strain it, and then add half sugar and half water. Boil it until it's half gone. Then you get jars and you fill them with water and put them in a pot full of water and boil them. And because that makes them clean. And then get the lids and soak them in water, boil them, and so that makes stick to the jar. And then you scoop the syrup out of the jar, the can, and put it in the jars. Then you get a magnet and you take out the lids and put them on the jars, and that's it.
And then what do you have?
Syrup.
What kind of syrup?
Spruce tip syrup.
make one of my favorite things that I like to do when I have some good chicken stock around, stracciatella. It's kind of like an Italian egg drop soup, and it's really delicious and really fast and really easy. It's particularly my favorite thing to do when I have delicious chicken stock laying around, like so. I made this the other day with the chicken I got through Chef's Collective. It was a yummy, free range, ate bugs and probably organic compost and had a name kind of chicken. Yeah, I cooked the chicken, pulled the meat for some other applications, put the bones back in the pot, and cooked them down to make this delicious elixir. So, let me show you what to do. Comes together very quickly. Move that there. Here, we'll put our pot up here actually. So I'm just going to, if you can see, I left some of the fat. What you do is you make it and cool it and then skim that fat off. But sometimes I like to leave a little bit of the fat in. It just kind of makes for a more luxurious broth. So, as you know, for making vinaigrettes and such, fat floats on top of other liquids. So I'm just going to stir it together so that's not too much fat. And I'm just going to pour a serving of this delicious chicken stock in the pot. So that's probably 1.5 cups that I put in there. See? All right, now we're going to take that. See if you want to see all the yummy fat. I think it's yummy. Some people might not. Okay. Oh, you know what else I have? We got that on medium heat. We're just going to let it come to a simmer. But I do have parsley that will be a lovely addition. Parsley like so. When I bring it home from the store, I'll show you. Parsley explosion. You have it like so. Just lay it out on a paper towel, roll it up, and stick it in a bag, and it lasts a lot longer. That's how we do it on food shows and such. That, I left the rubber band on this one because it's kind of small, but that's ideally how you should do it. Put another one on top if it's bigger. Like that. Okay, anyway, aren't you glad I demonstrated that twice? So we'll just take a little parsley. That's kind of a lot, but it's kind of a nice, fresh, assertive flavor. So we'll make it a nice center point. And then some people, where's my knife? Let's use this one. Some people don't use the stems. I don't know if I've said this on a video or not, but I think the stems are really delicious and full of lots of good flavor. So you should keep them. Sometimes I'll cut them up real fine. They can almost be like a celery element, you know? Obviously a very different flavor, but kind of crispy. Put them in like tuna salad or chicken salad or like a celery or like a grain salad or something. And then you can obviously just saute with them and stuff too. All right, that's that. Spinach, I guess we'll run our knife through this just for fun. Sometimes when spinach is, you leave it whole in a soup, you know, have you ever noticed this? You'll take a bite and then it kind of like slurps down on your chin. When you're making something like this, you just want to think about how it's going to eat, you know, how it's going to be in your final product, how it's going to fit in the spoon, if it's going to be bite size. If you want to leave it big, you're going to have a fork and knife to do it. Is that okay for whatever you're making? All right, so that's that bowl. So I said this is kind of like an egg drop soup. So really all you're gonna do is when the stock comes up to a simmer, I'm gonna scramble, one egg is probably good for this. I might add a second because I'm hungry, but scramble it up and then I'll show you, you're gonna stir the stock together and then drizzle in the egg. And it's like the most delicious thing. You'll see. All right, 1 egg, look at that beauty. These are from Chef's Collective too, actually. I have this massive flat because I got them from my friend's restaurant that's closed right now. But she's a beaut. Okay, so there's that. A little salt. You could add a little pepper if you want. I don't like to because I think that people really overuse pepper. We'll do 1 egg. 2 just would be ludicrous for that amount. Ludicrous. All right, cool. So we have spinach, parsley, egg, lemon, cheese, microplane. That's your mise en place. Everything in place, right? All right, so now let's cruise over here. So here's what you're gonna do. Just kind of agitate this, give it a little swirl. Oh wait, first, this stock doesn't have salt, I forgot. So I'm just gonna reach. Come on, camera. Just let a pinch of salt. Season as you go. You season the stock, you season the egg, just a little. That's why restaurant food tastes so good. All right, so can you see in here? Can you see in here? Okay. So now, really get it cruising. See how it's really cruising around? And then just stream in your egg. Like so. That's it. Spinach goes in. Parsley goes in. Heat goes off. I'm just gonna give it a little swirl. The spinach and parsley, I mean, you just want it enough, it's like 30 seconds is all you need because you just want it to cook. Then you get, see that butte? Now you got your lemon. This is a microplane. It's like one of my favorite tools I use for everything. Lemon zest is also one of my favorites. You can ask my friend Justin. Justin loves to make fun that my first cookbook ever would be lemon zest because my suggestion for every recipe I used to write with him was add lemon zest to it. But it's true, it's good for savory, sweet, brightens up everything. You can't really see. There we go, making a mess, making it cheesy and delicioso. And that's it. We have our little, I don't know, this is from the cutting board. I guess we call it a snack. Snack, mini lunch. But like I said, it's good for all times. All right, check this out. I feel like you can see it better now. Oh my God. Oops. Just sticking my spatula under the pour so it doesn't splash as much. Oh, ain't she a beaut? Why not? We'll do a little more cheese just for fun. There we go. All right, and you can put anything you want in here. You could do kale. I mean, I just like greens, but you could put any kind of already cooked veg in there. I might even do a little lemon slice just for fun. I'll juice it in there in a second when I'm going to sit down to eat. Anyway, that's it. So now we're gonna make preserved lemons. I'm so excited because I've never done this before. So we're gonna do this experiment together. So all you need are lemons, ideally some well-washed organic lemons because you're gonna be eating the skin, kosher salt, and a nice sterile jar. I just washed it with like hot soapy water. You don't have to, boil it or anything. And this is not my recipe, by the way. It's Jessica Coslow's recipe. She's a chef in LA. And I was generously given it through my friend Kim. She sent me some voice memos for it. So to get started, you're going to take your lemons and you're going to just take your knife and make a cut, not entirely through the lemon, but almost to the end, vertically towards the stem end of the lemon. And then you'll make a similar cut perpendicular to that. As Kim said in her voice memo to me, she said it looks like hot cross buns. And then you'll just repeat that process with all of your lemons. I'm using 4 purely just because I think that's what I can cram in this jar that I had lying around that I'm going to build this in. So after you have your lemons cut, you're going to add some salt to your jar, just a thin layer. I didn't measure it. I think maybe it's a 1/4 cup. And then you'll take your lemon, and I like to cut I took a little piece off the bottom because I know it's always easier to work on a flat surface than have your lemon kind of rolling around all over the place. And then you'll take your salt and you're just going to put it in your hot cross bun end, if you will. And you want to just add enough salt so it kind of fills up the lemon and is covering all of the pulpy part, because that's obviously what's going to preserve your lemon. So you'll repeat that with all of them, and then you're just going to take them and kind of cram them into your jar. These are pretty ripe lemons. Kim made a good point that, if you end up with lemons that maybe were picked earlier or are kind of harder and not as juicy, it depends on the season, where they're come from, how long you've had them. You can take them and roll them on the cutting board to kind of get the juices flowing. And this makes it a lot easier. It makes them kind of softer. It might make them easier to kind of cram into your jar. I know that you can also take any citrus if it's not as juicy as you'd like, and you can actually stick it in the microwave for just 5 to 7 seconds. I've done that a bunch of times if I'm having like friends over for cocktails or something. Limes I feel like are more often than not are on the drier side. So I'll just pop them in the microwave for like 5 to 7 seconds, just until, it breaks up some of the cells inside and makes them a lot juicier. So anyway, but back to this. So you're going to go ahead and just put a single layer of lemons and then add a little bit more salt, and then repeat with however many lemons you have. And then you'll ultimately just add more salt to fill up your jar. And then, like I said, 2 to 4 weeks, you just check on it every few days. And then you're kind of looking for the taste of a preserved lemon is more floral. It has a lot more depth and umami. It's almost like an herbaceousness that's really nice. It's primarily was initially found more in Middle Eastern and North African cooking. You can now find them far more frequently here in the States. But, instead of buying them at the store, why not make your own? But the skin becomes what you're looking for after 2 to 4 weeks. You'll know they're ready when the skin is kind of velvety. It almost looks like candied, and it's pretty toothsome, like a bit chewy. It's not like, really bright and juicy like a raw lemon rind. And then you eat the peel, the pith, and you can use the preserved liquid also. So the peel is really good. You can chop it up and just think of using it in anything, like you would use a caper or a pickle or something, like a pickled cucumber. The flavor is very, very different, but it still is something that kind of adds a really nice brightness. And then, with the preserved liquid, it's really lovely to use in a bunch of different things for deglazing pans, using in different vinaigrettes and things. I actually saw someone recently say that they made a little tincture, or not a tincture, a tonic, mixing it with seltzer water. So that's something nice you can do with your liquid. So anyway, looking forward to seeing how they turn out for you guys. See you in 2 to 4 weeks. This is what I'm calling a puree or whatever soup. I had a friend recently text me and ask me a good way to use up some vegetables that are about to turn, and I told her that she should put them into a pureed soup. It's really easy, and I feel like it's something else other than just the same old, throw it thing. During these quarantine times, we don't want anything to go to waste. So anyway, for this particular soup, for a puree of whatever soup, we're gonna do a fennel, apple, and potato soup. So I'll show you real quick, and then I'm gonna get to chopping because we have a lot to do. But we have potatoes, celery, a little nub of ginger right here, fennel that looks pretty busted, but there it is, apple, and then I have some white pepper, And I don't have any homemade chicken stock right now, so I always buy Better Than Bouillon, which is like one of my favorite things ever, and I feel like it's a little secret that no one really tells you about. So I'm just gonna move this aside, and I'll tell you a little bit more about this soup so we can get things cruising. As I said, I'm gonna call it a puree of whatever soup, because you really can make this with whatever you have on hand, you know? I think these potatoes have little eyes on them, but it's just enough to where you can kind of, you know, it'll come right off. Yeah, when you peel them. So anyway, puree of whatever soup, because you can really use any veg that you have on hand. Potatoes are just nice because they thicken, obviously, the starch, and add some nice body to it. You know, in this case, apple and fennel are kind of on the sweeter side, and don't necessarily have any starch or anything in them. Apple has pectin in the skin. We're gonna peel it anyway, but yeah, I just thought the potato would help nicely. If you're using any other vegetable that doesn't have starch in it, like I don't know, a myriad of different things. You can really use anything like squash or cauliflower. You could do broccoli. Broccoli is a good example if you don't have something with starch in it. So if you wanted to make a broccoli soup, which is super delicious, I've done it a million times, just something else to do with broccoli. And it's nice because you can make it and freeze it. You can finish it with a little butter and flour mixed together, and that'll provide some nice body and really thicken it. I know some people will use flour and butter in addition to potato, but I don't think it's really necessary. When in doubt, I try and, or not when in doubt, but like in general, I try not to eat so much flour. You know, if I'm gonna eat flour, I want it to be a good piece of bread or something. Okay, so I have potato peels, by the way. I save all this stuff to make stock with. So as I mentioned today, I don't have homemade stock, but I have a little tub that I keep in my freezer. I'll show you in a few. And I just add things as they come up in the kitchen. And then when the pot gets, or the little plastic container gets full enough, I'll just add more stuff to it, or I'll take it and then I eventually have enough to make an actual pot of stock. So everything from like potato peels or like mushroom stems or celery or carrot tops, you know, that you kind of like lop off the parts that you don't want. Onion, the tops of onion are really good. I'm trying to work towards camera. It's kind of awkward too, but there you go. Just add all that in your little container, and then when it gets full enough, you're gonna have this wonderful melange of different items that you can use to make your stock with. So anyway, those potato skins will go in there. This celery is pretty busted, so that'll definitely go in there. We'll add to it. Anyway, so other ingredients I have are the fennel and apple. Obviously the apple is going to provide some nice sweetness, and fennel will as well, but you know, has kind of a different anisey flavor. I have this book that I should really show that I love to flip through sometimes. It's called, I'll go get it in a minute. It's called The Flavor Bible, but it's like the best book ever if you have something and you don't really know what to do with it. It's really lovely because you can flip through and it'll show you different flavors that complement each other, you know? So like I went through there the other day, I forget what I was making. I don't know. In this case though, I flipped through it and I was looking at fennel and I was like, oh right, ginger pairs really well with fennel. So like I have a little ginger on hand. Anyway, so there's the potato. Fennel is super sad. I'm just gonna cut up the top. I'll add that to my stock. I'll go ahead and just run my knife through it like so. My little stock pot, stock bowl. Put all that right there. And then, see it's kind of like beat up. We'll just put our knife through it. And take off all these Ugo parts. Maybe we'll just go like that. That's pretty good. Anyway, so as I was saying, you can do this with anything. If you use a not starchy vegetable like broccoli, I think that it would be really nice to finish it with flour You can also finish it with like sour cream or creme fraiche or something. It's really lovely. You just want to kind of dice this up, you know, so it's going to quickly stock pot. Quickly cook. Okay, but I didn't even tell you, before you get to finishing your soup, really all you're going to do is take this veg and you just want to sweat it off in the pot. You really don't want any color necessarily. You just don't need caramelization. It's all about, like, you have your yummy vegetables. I'm gonna put these into different bowls, actually. You're gonna sweat them out, you know, in a pot with a little bit of salt. And that's kind of it. And then zip it up to in a blender or kind of whatever you got. I think I'll use a blender today. I actually do have an immersion blender. Let's see. See, we have all these beautiful leaves that are really nice. I don't know. What do you think? We'll do 3. We'll save half. So, same thing. Just kind of run your knife through. You want like a nice little dice that's just going to kind of easily soften in your pot. So it's also important to remember when you're chopping, use the back of your knife. See how I just took everything rather than pulling the knife across your board? You want to go like this. Use the back. It keeps your blade sharper for longer. Oh dang, I forgot my onion. I have half an onion in here. Haha. From last night. So, I think it'd be nice to have a little piece of onion. Just to kind of round out, I don't have any carrots, but to round out the mirepoix kind of effect, it's kind of nice. Oh, this is, maybe we'll do this one. Anyway, so I've also used this method for like a million different vegetables just when you want to use them up. Again, all this is going in my little stock pot. So my personal favorite might be butternut squash. It's really delicious because you can just stick the entire butternut squash, prick it with a fork, stick the whole thing in the oven at like 400, and it caramelizes and just gets like really nice and soft, and it's infinitely easier than having to break down a butternut squash, you know? They're just kind of a pain in the booty to work with. Okay. So here's all of our veg. See, it doesn't really matter how you cut it as long as it's nice and uniform. Same with the potato. Oh, last deal, we'll have our little apple. No sticker. Some people might think you could leave on the peel. I don't think it's really necessary. They do have a lot of pectin in it, so I actually might save it and see if I can do something kind of fun. I don't know. I don't have any fruit, but they're nice if you want to make like homemade preserves or something like that. Okay, cool. So we'll put this in a different little bowl. You know, not a big deal if it's not perfect. I think we'll likely go ahead and add that with the potato so it can cook down nicely. Uh-oh. What's that? Patrick just walked in. Go ahead, Peebo. I think he's feeling shy that the camera might get on him, but he doesn't know it's pointed directly down, so it doesn't matter. He's not going to walk in our shot. So you just kind of quickly zip your knife through. That's all good. Okay, perfect. So back to that book, it also was saying white pepper would be a nice flavor, and I thought that would provide some nice heat. Oh, another book that's good to talk about here is a book called Salt, Fat, Acid, Heat. It's by Semen Nostrat. And the idea behind that is like you really just want to think about salt, fat, acid, and heat whenever you're making anything. So whether it's like a soup like this, I mean any dish, truly. The idea is just like you want to round it out really nicely by thinking about salt, fat, acid, and heat. So in this case, we have, you know, salt. We're gonna add some, I think just some plain salt. Maybe we'll add a little splash of fish sauce or something. Fat, we're gonna have fat from that we're about to add to the pot, and then we'll likely finish it off with some butter. Acid will come from the apple. We also have a little bit of white vinegar, but if you're doing this in, you know, whatever vegetable you have on hand, like some white wine is always really nice. Okay, here's our pot. I'm gonna start cruising. We gotta get this thing going. Can we see? This is our maiden voyage with this kitchen setup, so we're gonna see how it goes. Oh yeah, all right. Acid could be like white vinegar, which we have right here. Look at that. And then heat though, white pepper. But you could use anything, you know? I mean, all of these are like completely interchangeable. Kind of to whatever you have on hand. That's why I felt like this is such a nice way, or a nice thing to show you guys what to go ahead and use up. Okay, cool. So, in the pot, for me, that means fennel, celery, onion. But you'll use any aromatics that you have on hand, you know? And you just kind of want to sweat them down. I'll go ahead and add some salt. Don't be afraid. I feel like when people cook at home, you would be either amazed or horrified at how much salt is added to your food in a restaurant, and that's why it tastes so delicious. If you guys are watching and you're actually cooks, then you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, that's why it tastes so good. So as a home cook, ta-da, ta-da. It's harder to over-season than you think, you know? As Mark Murphy says, he has a really good book that's called Season with Authority. Cool. All right, so we're gonna let this cruise until it's nice and translucent, and then we'll be right back. Okay, so this has only been going for like, I don't know, 3 minutes or something. Check it out. It's maybe a little bit more color than we needed, but that's okay. When in doubt, you know, spin your pot around. Every stove has hot spots, and I feel like people spend a lot of time spinning the knobs. You don't need to do that, you know? Is that potato or apple? You can just spin your pot. It makes your life a lot easier to do that. You know? Alright, so you got a nice fond on the pot. I might turn down the heat just a little bit. Another pinch of salt. Like I said, don't be scared. Alright, now, check this out. See all that yummy goodness? Oh yeah. Yummy goodness. Yummy goodness, Cam. Fix it in post. There's our yummy goodness, Cam. All up in there. Check this out. See? You get all that good flavor off the side of the pan. Oh yeah. There we go. There we go. Just gonna get it going. Yeah, and you scrape up the bottom. I'm not quite ready for this. I don't think we need any more vinegar, but I will go ahead and add just a little bit of water so that you don't scorch your pan. There's a big difference between the fond is what we call that yummy stuff at the bottom. There's a big difference between fond and burning, you know? So you can hear it. Hear how everything's kind of sizzling along. That's water coming in contact with heat and evaporating. Okay, so we're gonna let that chill for a minute. Maybe add a little bit more water. There's one thing we forgot to do. We're gonna airplane across back here. Okay, so we forgot to deal with our aromatics. Really, in this case, it's just the ginger. But I did want to show you how to peel it. So I feel like some people want to peel it like this, or peel it like this, which is not necessary. Take a spoon. You just peel like so. And it's infinitely easier and you don't use as much. See, check it out. It's all your, well, there's some celery, but. See, I've wasted like virtually no ginger. Ta-da! Oh yeah. Okay, so going back to our pot. You can hear that the moisture is drying up. One thing I think is also nice to keep in mind when you're cooking is you want to be using all your senses. You're listening, you're smelling, you can see, you're going to taste. This is a microplane. It looks like this. Oh yeah. We're just going to grate our ginger in. This is like an inch piece of ginger. I also need a new microplane. I use a microplane for an infinite number of things. I use it for grating ginger. I use it for grating garlic a lot. It's faster and easier than grating garlic. I mean, sometimes you want it minced for certain applications, but more often than not when I'm cooking at home, I like grating it. It just kind of melts into your food more easily. And honestly, I just prefer grating it because I think it's infinitely easier to mince in. Sorry if that's loud. Okay, there's our ginger. And then here's our white pepper. You always want to measure into your hand or into something else. I don't know, what, teaspoon? Yeah, teaspoon. Yeah, like a little pot. You don't want to dump directly into the pot, ever. What happens when you dump in the pot and you dump the entire jar in absolutely and then your soup is ruined? It's a huge bummer. Oh my god, it smells so delicious. It smells like peppery and sweet. It's gonna be really good. Okay, so earlier I was saying that I don't have any stock, and this is definitely not as good as homemade stock, but this is something that I feel like is highly underrated and no one really tells you about. It's better than bouillon. It's constant, it's like a paste. A concentrated, amazing, uh-oh. I don't know what that timer's from. A concentrated stock paste, and it's really delicious. Like basic stock. Dissolve 1 teaspoon and 8 ounces of water. I never do that, honestly. Just take a nice spoonful, like so. Get it in there. I might do maybe a little more just for fun. And this stuff is so nice. I mean, I'm not going to do the math right now, but a teaspoon for 8 ounces. I don't know how many teaspoons are in this thing. 38. It says 38 in the nutrition text. So this is whatever 38 divided by 4 is, because 4 cups are in a quart. Whatever 38 divided by 4 is how many of those boxes of stock that you've been lugging home from the store that are just not worth it. It's the same thing. It lasts a lot longer in your fridge, and it's a lot more versatile. I'll add it to all sorts of stuff. Oftentimes when I'm making rice, I'll toast the rice up a little bit and add it to the rice. I'll use it sometimes when I'm like deglazing a pan, stuff like that. Okay. Anyway, I could go on and on, but I love better than bouillon just to have on hand. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and add water. Ta-da! All of a sudden we're making stock because we already added our better than bouillon. I have no idea where my liquid measuring cup is, but here we have it. Okay, cool. And now we're just gonna let this cruise. We're gonna let it cook, break down until the potatoes are nice and tender. I really have no idea. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe 15. We'll kind of check back in and see what happens with it. And then we'll transfer it to the blender and I'll show you how to puree it. Cut. All right, so check this out. It's thickened considerably. Let's get our little cake tester. See what's going on. I think that's a potato, not an apple. Ah, All right, well, don't drop it on the floor. It's okay, we wiped it off. 5-second rule. We're at home, we're not in a commercial kitchen. All right, so, potato. Ooh, that feels nice and tender. Let's see. Yeah, cool. So I'd say that fits the bill. Nice and tender. It's gonna puree up into a lovely soup. Okay, so now our soup's done. We're gonna turn the heat off. And then I think I'm gonna use a blender. Like I said, that you could use an immersion blender, a blender. You could probably use a food processor for this, honestly, if that's all that you have. One good thing to note, you know, your food processor or your blender, you don't need to take this pot and pour it into anything, you know? Bring your blender over here. And then you scoop into there so that you're not burning yourself. I'm not sure why people opt to try and dump pots into things. I mean, you can obviously, but I just think it's a lot easier, especially as a home cook when things aren't as big, for you to go ahead and transfer it like so. You might not be able to get every bit right here, but that's okay. Pretty darn close. Great. So we're gonna airplane over. Let's see. A delightful soup. Looking hot, looking fresh. Oh, amazing. Okay. We're doing parkour with our camera here. Up on the top of the refrigerator. Okay, so we have the hot soup in the blender. Next thing, you're gonna take your lid, take the top off, because what you need is you need somewhere for the steam to escape. It's gonna build up in there if you don't take that off. So when you're working with anything hot, take off the top, take a rag and put it right on top. And then you're gonna take your blender, you wanna start on the lowest setting and flip it on, and then you can increase the speed as it's running. So you're just gonna do that. I personally, for the soup, I think I'm gonna do it until it's nice and smooth. If you look at it and you think it needs a bit more liquid, then we'll add liquid. But for now, we'll roll with this and see what happens. Nice, it's already nice and smooth. See right there? Oh yeah, so it's super thick. I'm gonna go ahead and add a little bit of water. You could add chicken stock, whatever you want, whatever you choose. I can already see this is gonna be nice and thick. This is gonna be great. All right, go back down to low, don't forget. All right, now keep going. Oh, amazing. Okay, this looks great. All right, so we have it nice and smooth. I feel like we didn't mention this enough earlier. First of all, butter. I have it on a plate right here because I actually got it. When you get it from the restaurant, it's a big pound block like that, and I cut it into sticks because I got it from my friend's restaurant. But I feel like we didn't talk about this much earlier. Any kind of soup that you want to do, this is perfect for using up old veg. So it's like you could use cauliflower, broccoli, potatoes, sweet potatoes, any kind of greens. You could make a spinach soup like this. You could make like a really yummy beet soup like this. I've had a cream of celery soup that was really delicious. It was celery that was blended and then added, I think they used mascarpone, if I remember. But anything that you have on hand, it really is like the perfect application. Butternut squash is probably my ultimate favorite. Okay, so I'm back to Semen Nostrat's book. Like I said, you want some good fat to break it up. So here we have just some butter. I don't know, it's like a tablespoon and a half. And when you think about it, It's like the salt thing. It's hard to add too much butter to your food when you're at home, and you would be amazed at how much butter is in your food at the grocery store. It's really not that much. I'll probably have more, honestly. Back down to low. And we'll go up. This is a good thing to keep in mind. I can hear it. I could hear that it's stuck. What happens is when the cyclone goes, there's an air bubble in the bottom. You gotta go like that. There it goes. It kind of burps out the little air bubble. Add a bit more water. I'm gonna add a bit more butter, just for good measure. Just for fun. All right, this will probably be the last time. Oh my gosh, this looks great. So let's give it a taste. Oh man. Oh wow, it's better than I thought it was gonna be. That is so delicious. It's sweet and it's spicy from that white pepper and the ginger. Oh my gosh, and it's nice and creamy from the potato. I don't know if you can see this. Oh my God, it's so delicious. This is very exciting. I will definitely be making this again. Anyway, so to finish this, you can obviously, you wanna let it come to room temperature. Eat it right away or tonight. But also in a perfect world, you'll stick it in the freezer and you'll have it when you need something delicious to have on hand for dinner. You can garnish it with anything you choose. I think I'll probably garnish mine with celery leaves and maybe a little bit of olive oil. Oh, amazing. Okay, we're doing parkour with our camera here. Up on the top of the refrigerator. Okay, so we have the hot soup in the blender. Next thing, you're gonna take your lid, take the top off, because what you need is you need somewhere for the steam to escape. It's gonna build up in there if you don't take that off. So when you're working with anything hot, take off the top, take a rag and put it right on top. And then you're gonna take your blender, you wanna start on the lowest setting and flip it on, and then you can increase the speed as it's running. So you're just gonna do that. I personally, for this soup, I think I'm gonna do it until it's nice and smooth. If you look at it and you think it needs a bit more liquid, then we'll add liquid. But for now, we'll roll with this and see what happens. Nice, it's already nice and smooth. See right there? Oh yeah, so it's super thick. I'm gonna go ahead and add a little bit of water. You could add chicken stock, whatever you want, whatever you choose. I can already see this is gonna be nice and thick. This is gonna be great. All right, go back down to low, don't forget. All right, now keep going. Oh, amazing. Okay, this looks great. All right, so we have it nice and smooth. Watching this enough earlier. Well, here's, first of all, butter. I have it on a plate right here because I actually got it. When you get it from the restaurant, it's a big pound block like that, and I cut it into sticks because I got it from my friend's restaurant. But I feel like we didn't talk about this much earlier. You really, any kind of soup that you want to do, this is perfect for using up old veg. So it's like you could use cauliflower, broccoli, potatoes, sweet potatoes, any kind of greens. You can make a spinach soup like this. You can make like a really yummy beet soup like this. I've had a cream of celery soup that was really delicious. It was celery that was blended and then added, I think they used mascarpone, if I remember. But anything that you have on hand, it really is like the perfect application. Butternut squash is probably my ultimate favorite. Okay, so I'm back to Semen Nostrat's book. Like I said, you want some good fat to break it up. So here we have just some butter. I don't know, it's like a tablespoon and a half. And when you think about it, it's like the salt thing. It's hard to add too much butter to your food when you're at home, and you would be amazed at how much butter is in your food at the grocery store. It's really not that much. I'll probably have more, honestly. Back down to low. We'll go up. All right, let's give it one final taste. This is exciting. It smells amazing. Oh my God. Wow. It's delicious and honestly infinitely better than I thought it was going to be. It's like nice and thick from the potato, and it's sweet from the apple. It's really nice. It all like pairs really well together. Oh, and it's got like a little kick from the white pepper and ginger. Oh, it's warming. This is really, really, really delicious. So anyway, I hope I taught you a nice little trick about what to do with your leftover veggies. If you post it on Instagram, feel free to tag me. All right, we're going handheld. Check it out. See how thick it is? You can obviously make yours thinner or thicker just depending on what you're working with. I think I'm just gonna do a nice little olive oil. And then some of these celery leaves look kind of nice, so I might just use them. Alrighty, bon appetit.
I was born in the east coast of China, an urban city called Hangzhou, very near Shanghai, which is, most beautiful city. And I grew up singing Uyghur music, which is translated into Chinese. And so I thought, I never been there. I never visited the Xinjiang area. So, being a musician, being play so many different kind of music and work with the different cultural background musicians. And I sort of rethinking, I want to rediscover my roots. And because people came from that area. Right now, the instrument you see, it's very much pear-shaped with the 4 strings, and actually very flat, the back. But that kind of a shape came from 2,000 years ago, came from Central Asia. This project actually worked a couple years, I think 2 years, and more like a coming back to what the Pipa roots, and to work with, to play with the Pipa's ancestors, different instrument from Central Asia, from Uyghur culture. Actually, first time Uyghur musician totally opened up to a Chinese musician, and we talk about everything, music, life, and the history. It was really, really touching. This collaboration gave us open mind, give us a fresh idea, this is the first time Central Asian music or musician work with a Chinese musician. This is the label for this kind of music.
My name is Wu Man. I play instrument called pipa. It's a pear-shaped, a lute-like plucking instrument with 4 strings. Pipa exists in China about 2,000 years, quite old instrument. A lot of the painting and the poem talk about pipa. So my parents actually picked the pipa for me. And they thought for girl, the shape of the pipa, very elegant, just such beautiful to hold. Of course, I have no choice. A very different education system in China. Become a professional musician is not my decision. I was 9 years old, and I already knew that pipa will be, or music will be my career. I came to the United States in 1990. It was really shocking for a young kid. I grew up with no other country's music. I want to challenge myself. I want to see how the musician's life outside of China. and how can I survive? Just play my traditional Chinese instrument. I really wanted to explore different kind of music, to work with the different musicians. So 1999, Mr. Ma had the idea of Silk Road Project, and he asked me if I interested. I think this ensemble is very unique. First of all, we all came from different cultural background. Secondly, we were all very young when we started. Many of the members, they were just got out from school and had no experience at all. Sort of we grew up together as a musician, and we all very passionate about music as well as wanted to know other culture. I have pipa and the shakuhachi on the bars 56.
The pipa shakuhachi is before 56.
So what is that? Cadenza? Every rehearsal process, I learned from all the other musicians. That's the spirit of this ensemble. Of course, there are challenges. The sound of each instrument is very different. I remember first time I played with Mr. Ma, and his cello sounds a huge sound and played for the bigger concert hall without amplification. And for my instrument, plucking instrument, very different color of the sound. And how can we play together? What is the balance?
The coolest thing is that actually for the first time in my life, I'm actually seeing what Uman's talked about, is that the pipa and the oud are actually together, side by side.
Same color.
I don't know how you... That's incredible.
We called it this morning.
You did, huh? It's a true coordination.
Definitely. It's a band.
I should cut my hair short.
I think so, and wear glasses.
We can all make the Beatles.
A lot of details during the rehearsal process we have to figure out. Definitely I changed the way I play the instrument, or I gained the knowledge about how I deal with the different music styles. When you going back to play your own traditional music, you feel differently. You feel much makes sense to you, and you feel music actually all same, the language. You know, people always mention the East meets the West. I always laughing at that because, well, globe is round. So where is the East? Where is the West? It's just a different culture. I think I'm a very fortunate person. I had a chance to come live in the West, and I learned both culture. That's the richest part for musician, for artist. There is no limitation. There's no box, put myself there. I don't like that. I want to just get out and see the world.
time to pick up your socks.
Aha!
days along our route of flight.
aurora borealis, the northern lights, are caused by energetic charged particles, mostly electrons, that bombard the Earth's upper atmosphere. The process is similar to that which occurs in the electrical discharge tubes, commonly used in commercial advertising signs. The atoms and molecules that make up the air we breathe emit light of characteristic colors when struck by high-velocity electrons. The most characteristic color in the aurora, green, comes from oxygen. The pink color in the aurora is actually a mixture of red and blue, both from nitrogen. Because the electrons are charged, they're deflected by the Earth's magnetic field. For this reason, the northern lights most commonly occur in a narrow band that crosses northern Scandinavia, Canada, Alaska, and the Soviet Union.
Along our route of flight.
There's a similar band surrounding the magnetic pole in the southern hemisphere, but it crosses mostly uninhabited areas. Simultaneous photographs taken from airplanes in the southern and northern hemispheres show that the lights are like mirror images of each other. Although auroral displays are seen most often in the polar regions, they are occasionally observed at lower latitudes as well. There are several reports of auroras from ancient times, from Greece and Rome, and also from China. One night during the reign of Tiberius Caesar, there appeared to be flames and smoke near the horizon. It was thought that the town of Ostia was in flames, and the Roman soldiers hurried there to help. But there was no fire. The red glow, apparently an aurora, lasted most of the night.
Hey, I'm Chelsea Hansen. I am the mask artist for Whimsic, and this is my little studio, and I'm just going to show you the steps that I go through to make a mask. So first what I do is I find a plastic container. Has to fit your head. We have our form, the plastic form, and we're going to be covering that completely with the clay. And this clay is just any type of clay, the cheapest clay you can, because it's just used as a sculpting for mold's sake. So you cover that form, that plastic form that you have, completely with the clay, and then there is what you're going to build off of. While I'm building my top of the head mask, I'm thinking about how this guy is going to be oriented in space. So I'm already thinking about how he's moving, where he's going to be looking. And I usually start with a feature, and because these masks are caricatures, I accentuate the features. They're oversized, or even undersized. You can have them really tiny, like a really tiny nose and really big eyes, or so just think about what your guy's or animal is going to be looking like. I like starting with the nose just because that's like the middle feature. It helps to make it so that it's not a solid chunk of clay. If you can make it hollow, like a little pot, to create that nose feature. So don't try to make a big solid chunk of clay and make in the nose. The thing that I'm always thinking of while I'm making it is this character alive? You want to check throughout your building process. I put the mask on my wrist like this, and I have it look into a mirror, and you're wanting to just see, move it around and see how it looks. Can you make it so that it looks in a certain way, like that it's making eye contact, it's looking at something. So while you're moving it around, you're checking, is it looking at you? Is it looking down? Is it looking to its right and left and up to the ceiling? So you're just trying to give it life. With the eyeball, I make the shape of the eyeball and think about how that's going to be placed on the face. And after I've put the eyeball down, I need to think about the eyelid. So the clay, we want it to come apart easy. We're not wanting it to stick together completely. So then I get the eyelids in there. And eyelids are very distinct, gives the feature, pretty important feature. Now I'm just going to work on the inside of the eye. And that's making like the iris and the pupil. And that part, when you're doing this, is when you're also going to be wanting to check and look that your mask is coming to life, because the eye is the key in giving him, visual cue of like he's looking at you or not looking at you. And when I'm doing the pupil, the key is to give it not just a circular shape. You don't want just one big black dot. So here I'm showing you the difference. When you're making the pupil, you'll want to give it an odd shape rather than a one big circle, because when you have one big circle, it's just like a zombie. If you have it where the shape is varied, that can help the eye look. The thing to also realize is don't be afraid, because that with clay, it's an additive and a subtractive process. You can add clay and then you can take it away. So it's not ever a mistake. There's always time to readjust. Like that, the nose just bent on that one part. So I was like, oh, well, maybe that would be a cool feature. Maybe his nose has ripples or something. Allow yourself to notice those things, like something that happens before you, rather than it's not a preconceived notion, it's just something that you see. Even your character's features, so that there's a balance with the weight, because you can make a mask where one of the features is weighing too much, like just taking up too much of the, it takes too much of the focus, where you're wanting the whole mask to be looked at. Of course, all the features, see, so this guy, just giving him a little more of a head, brow, how it changes. So that's how he looks like with the brow. There's what he looked like without it. So you can just, add all sorts of things to figure out, maybe he needs some ears. So you can play with different features. And like I said, clay is an additive and subtractive process. So you can always add ears and see, oh, well, does that work for that character? Should he have ears, or should he have a big chin or something? And you can put those on, and if you don't like it, don't be afraid. Like, you can always take those things off, because that's the beauty of the clay. This guy, I feel, is getting close to finished. So you just add add and subtract until you're happy with your character. You feel that he's got an expression and he's alive. And once you're happy with that mask, then we move to the next step of the mask making process. Okay, so this mask, so you had your clay form that you just finished, and the next step is to cover that clay form with tissue or toilet paper, and that makes it the toilet paper is a releasing agent, so that when we put the next layer, which has got a glue base, that will release from the clay. So I just paint the clay itself with water, and then I just stick the tissue paper into the crevices using the brush to just help get in that, and it's just a slightly wetted brush. So once you have covered your face, your mask completely with the tissue, you can move on to the paper mache. For the paper mache technique, I use this is tarlatan, and it's used in printmaking. Tarlatan is like a stiff cheesecloth. They just added something to give it some stiffness, so that just helps you in working with it to apply. With the tarlatan, I use a paper mache medium, a glue. Wallpaper paste is our gluing agent. And when you're applying the wallpaper paste, you want to just use your fingers to take the excess paste off. You don't want it to be soaking wet, you just want it to be coated. You just want the wallpaper paste to coat that surface. I have a small detail that's a little trickier that I can't quite get into the crevices. I'll cut this shape a little smaller so that I can get it into the smaller features, like sometimes with the eyes and things. Or you can use tools to help you get it down into areas like the mouth. So I do 3 layers of the tarlatan. All right, so now you've covered your mask with 3 layers minimum of tarlatan. You can do more, but I find 3 layers works pretty well. And you're gonna have to leave that for a day to dry. The wallpaper paste has to dry on the form, so you just leave it. And then when you come back, you're gonna be taking the mold out. So you're removing your basic form, and then we're digging the clay out of the mask. Clay tools I use sometimes to just dig it out, because there's parts that are not as easy. Once you've dug out all that clay, you're going to be looking to find if your mask has any weak points. And I'm also going to trim this edge and fold a piece of tarlatan over that. And you want this edge to be stronger as well, because that's what's going to hold the most pressure. And then you have that done, and we'll be moving on to the next step. Now, after you finish the clay out, your mask will be just looking like this. It has a shiny glue finish. And in order to get your mask to take away, there's that texture of the tarlatan, I add a modeling paste. It's called Liquitex modeling paste. It just gives it strength, as well as giving you a texture that's not the fabric. You can add as many layers of this as you want. So you put your first layer down, and if you want to do a second layer, you got to let it dry in between. Once you've done your molding paste and you've let that dry, now we have our mask, and it's ready to put the gesso, or I use just plain white paint to prime prime it so that you'll be ready for the painting portion. So you put that paint on the front of the mask. You just I pour it on there and then paint it in. And this is just to seal the modeling paste layer so that you don't have to use as much of your paint to cover a surface. And then you want to also do it on the inside of the mask just to give it a clean finish. And once you've got your gesso on your mask, you're ready to decide what your base color is going to be. So the base color is the mid-tone of the mask. So depending on what kind of character it is, this guy's a human face, so I'll be thinking of more of a fleshy tone, but if you had, say, a turtle, you'll probably be wanting to think a little more green. So what I'm trying to decide on is my mid-tone. And so I get my fleshy colors of what I want, maybe adding a little red or what you're thinking your mid-tone is going to be. The mid-tone is the key because with that we're covering the entire mask with this mid-tone. The whole mask is covered with this, and then we go back in and do the highlights and the shadows. So we're just mixing it until we're happy and we have a mid-tone that we think is going to work. So you want it not to be too dark or I guess too light, because you want to be able to lighten it and darken it for the details of the shadows and highlights. And once I'm happy with the mid-tone, I'm just covering the entire mask with that color. Once you have your mask covered with your mid-tone, you're going to come back and first I go back to do the shadow. So I add black paint or just some more of the darker paints to get the darker mid-tone. And you come back and you come back and do the detail of the shadows. Then I come back to do the highlights, points that are reflecting from the light. And then I come back to do the details, like the eyes. The eyes are usually my last thing that I come back to paint. We have our final mask with its highlights and its shadows and its details, the eyes and the reflections. So then our final step is to add the strap that holds the mask on our head. So we make 2 holes with a needle on the side of the mask. Then we're using fishing line. We make a loop of the fishing line and sew elastic onto that fishing line so that it will fit on your head. So just to review the steps, first we started with our plastic form, whatever size that fit on the top of our head. Then we built clay up off of that and added the character's features, making sure that that mask was alive. Then we covered our clay with a releasing agent tissue paper, and then over that we did our paper mache technique using tarlatan, 3 layers minimum of the tarlatan, our dried tarlatan mask where we scooped out the clay, and then we made sure to patch up the holes, and then we add our layer of modeling paste. Then when the modeling paste, we're happy with that, we've sanded it to where we feel it works good. Then we go to the gesso and the mid-tone painted layer, then adding our shadow and highlight details. Then finishing off with our mask, the painting with all highlights and shadows added. Then we go ahead and add our the strap that's holding the mask on our head. and you can become the froggy. And that, the end.
Don't you know you gotta be? You got to be. Don't you know you gotta be? You gotta. Don't you know you gotta be? Everybody knows you gotta be. You know you gotta be. You got to be. You know you gotta be. You got to be. You know you gotta be. You got to be. You know you gotta be so. You know you gotta be so. You got it. You got it. You got it. Everybody knows you gotta be. You got it. Everybody knows you gotta be. Everybody knows you gotta be. Everybody knows you gotta be. Don't you know you gotta be? 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 Don't you know you gotta be?
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Crumpled Stuff, my new online class about making things out of cardboard, like this, ooh, and paper mache, like this. There's going to be two parts for now. Part one will be the basics of cardboard as a material, how to make some simple shapes, and understanding the innate structures within it. Part two will be taking that cardboard object and covering it in this paper mache skin, which makes it much more rigid and durable and look nice. All right, let's get started. Now, first thing we're going to want to do is assemble our material and our tools. We're going to be using corrugated cardboard, which is the standard of any cardboard box that you know and love. Corrugation is when there's two outer plies of thin cardstock sandwiched between these ribs or ridges or alternating zigzags. That's going to give it a lot of structure, and it's going to let us build all kinds of things. Now, in terms of tools, it's really about being resourceful. I'm pretty outfitted with all kinds of cutting and attachment devices, but whatever you have, we can make it work. So if you have a utility knife or a box cutter, that's ideal. That's where the name comes from, cutting boxes. If you have one of these snap blades, perfect. X-Acto knife, perfect. Scissors are not the best tool for this because they're not designed to cut thicker cardboard, but they'll definitely work. If you have pruning shears, those work super well. They really do a good job of cutting through thicker stuff. Same is true with tin snips. They're a great way to cut cardboard. And if you have a small hand saw, that's really useful in sawing through rolled cardboard or multiple layers that have been stacked together. Again, if you don't have any of these tools and you're struggling, feel free to reach out to me. That's cutting. Now we have to attach the cardboard to itself. This is my favorite tool for doing that. It's a heavy gauge grip or plier style stapler. It really lets you get through all kinds of different stock, no problem. It's also got this sword or bayonet on the end. What that does is it lets you skewer the center part of a material and then staple an area that you might not be able to reach otherwise. So again, this is ideal. You probably don't have one of these, but if you have a regular stapler or a more light gauge stapler like this, that can work fine too. If you have hot glue works perfect. If you have double stick tape like this, that works great. If you have masking tape, you can wrap it around the cardboard, or you can make, you know, the classic loops. Those work great. Packing tape works really well. Zip ties can work really well. Again, it's all about working with what you got, not what you wish you had. Okay, back to our box. So in a normal, standard cardboard box, there's actually a lot of technology in keeping it secure and stable. Because if you imagine a warehouse full of stacked boxes, they have to be able to support the weight of the previous one on top of the next one. The way that works is this corrugation that I mentioned earlier. So if you see, the zigs don't run on both sides. They only run on the top. What that means is that there are these vertical ridges inside the structure of each sheet of cardboard. And it's almost like a wall in a house. These are all 2x4 studs that are keeping it together. And the next box on top of the stack is like the roof of the house, pushing down on it. So this corrugation allows the box to really be able to take a lot of weight, no problem. So we want to use that corrugation to our advantage. So what we can do, let's just cut off a piece. Now if you notice, the corrugation, these ribs naturally like to be rolled this way. Because what happens is that all the ribs are still preserved. They're all basically as strong as they were when it was an undamaged sheet, but you've gotten a lot more flexibility now. So let's say I'm at this curve shape, I can still push down on it, and it's pretty rigid. Now, the other direction, if I tried to roll it this way, it really doesn't like being rolled that way. See, before it had those nice even ridges when I rolled it, and this way, it just doesn't like it. That's because every time you roll it this way, you're breaking those ribs. You're smashing the structure. So not only is it harder to roll your shape into a curved surface, once you have rolled it, it's really not strong at all. So now I'm going to break down the different elements of this jug vase thing and how I put this object together. So the first thing I did was I took a seltzer bottle and I sliced the top off. That does a couple things. One, it gives you a nice foundation to build off of. Cardboard can be very structurally sound, but if you're just figuring it out and experimenting, it's nice to not have to worry about it falling apart. So you can use this as your core and build off of that. What that also does is it makes the interior of your object waterproof, which is cool for the rest of its life as an object, because it means you can fill this with water, you can put flowers in it, you can put pens or whatever and not worry about it damaging the exterior. Okay, so let's say you've cut the top off your bottle and you have something to build off of. So let's go back to this jug. As I mentioned earlier, we want to work with our corrugation as much as possible, but we don't always have to. It's about using the corrugation strategically. So this piece was made from 3 sheets of cardboard. 1 sheet for this middle section, 1 for the arm, 1 for the other arm. This bulging part was made from the same sheet of cardboard. So if you imagine we took a cylinder and we pushed it down, that's what this bulge is. Now this bulge has more area than it did before. So you have to make these slits or slices throughout the middle section, letting it expand out. So what I did was I measured the circumference of my vase, and then I measured out a sheet of cardboard that was that circumference plus another inch so that it could overlap and allow you to attach it back to itself. And then I went through and I measured 1-inch sections throughout the whole thing. And notice that the sections do not extend on the top or the bottom. That's because I didn't slice the top or the bottom. Here, I only sliced the bulging section. And I want to preserve this section and this section as much as possible. As you can see here, it let me still make a nice smooth rolled surface. Okay, so now I'm going to go through and I'm going to slice along each of these lines, going from this top line to this bottom line. So I'm going to go through and do that to all of these. Jumping ahead in time, I've made these slices throughout the cardboard. As you can see, these middle sections are all separated, but the top is still one piece. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go through and I'm going to break all the ribs in this middle section. So I'm going to take my ruler and I'm going to sort of make a separation line. Okay. Now again, what I want is this section to be flat, and then bulge up in the center. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of massage it down like this. And just one more time, I'm going to do my best not to damage this section or this section, just this middle section. And if I have like a rolling pin, you can roll it on that. If you have a seltzer bottle, you can break it up with that. If you have a ruler, you can go through and just kind of soften up this section. But what you're really trying to do is just loosen up all of that corrugation and make it much more pliable and bendy. Okay, so now you can see we've got a pretty good little arch in the center. And wherever you see little chunky bits, that's where the corrugation wasn't quite broken up evenly. So you can sort of go through and smooth it out, or not. I personally like the aesthetic when these are kind of wonky, but it really just about how much time you want to go through and make everything smooth and clean looking. Okay, so once you have this hump section, now what we're going to do is we're going to wrap it this way. So this is the top edge around our bottle. Pretty cool. So now we have this expanded out section in the middle of our object. So now you can see I went through and I attached my bulging sheet of cardboard onto my water bottle. I attached the top edge with staples, and then I went through and attached the bottom with tape as a way to show that you don't need the staples to attach things onto cardboard and plastic, because again, this will all be ultimately covered in paper mache. And the paper mache is going to lock the whole thing in place, and it'll dry and tighten it up and make it much more rigid and make it work much better. So tape is really fine for much of this stuff. Now if you notice, the bulging sections are quite wide. So when we paper mache it, the paper mache will cover over that, but it may dip down and be not as much of a continuous surface. That can be fine if that's what you want. But you could also go through and cut yourself some little pieces that go in the gaps. So you can go through and stick these on, like that, which will make it a much more smooth, continuous surface. That's just a choice, if that's what you want to do. It can also look really cool to have these voids when you paper mache it. You could also exploit the voids. You could paper mache it and let the paper mache fall down between here. give it, you know, more of a scallop surface. It's all your choice. So the way I made the arms of this jug was similar to the bulging section, but rotated 90 degrees. So I went through and I took a sheet of cardboard and rolled it very tightly, like this, along the corrugation line, and made a stick like this. You know, it's a pretty durable rod. And then I went along and made these slices in it throughout periodically throughout the surface, leaving the back edge of the stick, which is now acting as a hinge. You can see here, the inside of this is uncut. The outside has been sliced. So what that means, see here, what that means is that I can bend the section like this and make a nice curved shape, which I can, you know, take advantage of by this way, by making a nice curve that way, or if I wanted to now change the direction and make the cuts on the opposite side, now you can make yourself a nice S curve. And then once you have your little handle, you would just attach it here, attach it here. I used hot glue for this one. You could tape it on, you could do whatever. Maybe you do like this. That could be cool actually, a little third arm. Cool, I think that's everything. Oh yeah, and then I also went through and made these little slits on the top so that when it's all mache'd, it'll flare out a little bit. Just thought it would kind of look nice. Cool. That's our jug thing. All right, well, thank you for watching and or participating in Crumpled Stuff, the first session of my new online workshop series. I really love working with cardboard and paper mache. It's probably my favorite material. I love that it's so cheap and often free. I love that it's really easy to work with. I love that it's forgiving, and I really love that it's eco-friendly. It kind of drives me crazy that so many artists make art that's about sustainability and the environment and climate change when the art itself is extremely resource heavy and wasteful and decadent, when I think you can make really cool, interesting, resonant art out of nothing. So thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this session or got anything out of it, feel free to kick me a few bucks over at Venmo. I'm at Nick DeMarco. You definitely don't have to. It's hard times for everybody. Thanks. Bye. Welcome back to Crumpled Stuff, my workshop series focusing on cardboard, paper mache, and other simple found materials. Today we're going to be going over paper mache, how to make it, how to use it, and why I think it's cool. There's a lot of different styles and recipes for making paper mache. My preferred method is cornstarch. That's all you need, cornstarch and water. When you're buying your cornstarch, this is the brand I like. It's the cheapest. You want the cheapest cornstarch not only because it's cheap, but because the cheaper stuff has nothing else in it. I've seen fancier cornstarches that have like whatever added to it, but this stuff, you can see it says ingredient, singular, cornstarch. That's all we want, cornstarch. Okay, so let's get started. First, let's assemble our materials. You're not going to need any fancy supplies to make paper mache, just fancy techniques. So like I mentioned, we're going to start with cornstarch. We have 1 cup of that. We're also going to need water, both boiling water and lukewarm water. And then we're going to need paper to make the paper part of the mache. I prefer brown paper grocery bags. If you don't have any of these on hand anymore because you've switched to reusable bags like we all should, then any kind of heavy paper will work great. If you have butcher paper, craft paper, that's ideal. But if you don't have any heavier craft paper like that, you can use printer paper, you can use newspaper, I personally don't love newspaper. I find it to be too thin, but it's all about being resourceful. So whatever you have, we can always make it work. Okay, that's our paper. And then we're gonna need a nice sized mixing bowl, something to mix with. I have my cool bent up fork that I like. You're gonna need a tray to take the paper mache and put onto as you're working. And then you're gonna need an object to apply your paper mache onto. If you watched my previous video, I went over how to make this cardboard vessel. Since that video, I built it out a little bit, added some more shape here, added a top, put these arms on. I also put some weight in the bottom. I added a second cap of plastic on the bottom and put some screws inside to weigh it down. So now it's a little bit more stable. You know, optional. If you didn't build anything out of cardboard, paper mache can be attached to almost anything. I'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay, so let's start making the goop. Take 1 cup of cornstarch and put it in your mixing bowl. Add to that 1 cup of lukewarm water. You don't want this water to be hot because that will activate the starch too early. You don't want it to be too cold because then the starch will not want to activate at all. So you want it to be just right. So now we're gonna go and mix the starch and water until it's this thin slurry. Okay, that looks good. Now this part is very important. We're gonna add 1 quart of boiling water, about 4 cups, to this slurry. As we pour, we're gonna whisk continuously. When that happens, it's gonna activate all the starch and turn it into this thick, beautiful, glossy gel. That's our goop. The technique is really important in this because it's really easy to not have the chemical reaction happen where it turns into that gel. It's happened to me many times. So the key is that you want your water to be really boiling, a full rolling boil, and you want to pour the water as fast as you can. I've made the mistake before of doing a slow stream, but you want to really dump the boiling water while you're doing this as quickly as you can. All right, here we go. So I've got my nice, robust boil really cooking. So I'm gonna, again, continuously whisk. I'm gonna take my boiling water, I'm gonna pour it in. And just like that, we have this beautiful, glossy goop. Oh yeah. I really honestly think that fresh paper mache goop is just one of the most beautiful things. Look at that. Oh baby. Mama. Okay. So this is our goop. Now this is going to be boiling hot. So if you wanted to, you can thin it out a little bit by adding cold water. You can also put it in the fridge. You can put it aside, let it cool for a little while. As my goop cools and gets to a more comfortable temperature for my little hands, I'm gonna show you how to fillet a brown paper bag. So when we're making our mache, what we're doing is we're getting rid of all the machined edges. First, we're gonna take off the handles. Okay, now open it up, and we're gonna remove the spine, which is this seam that runs down the paper bag. If you take 2 fingers and kind of hold it in place, you can remove just that piece. Now we're gonna remove this foot going along this folded edge. So now we have our fillet, and then we're going to take this top machined edge and we're going to take that off. So the reason why you want to take off the machined edge is that this rougher edge now has all these soft layers to it, and as we make our goop and our mache, these soft fluffy layers will merge together much better and make a nice smooth surface. This machined edge will never really go away. It won't attach as well, it'll kind of flap up, and it just won't work very well. So you want to remove that edge. So now you have a sheet with no machined edges. Make a bunch of squares that are roughly hand size. My goop has now cooled to a pretty comfortable temperature. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my sheets of paper, I'm going to scoop a little goop, I'm going to cover both sides thoroughly with the goop. Look at how luxurious and glossy it gets. It's very soothing to assemble your papier-mâché. So don't leave any dry bits and get it nice and covered. So this is about the amount of coverage you want. You don't want it sopped, but you want it pretty good. So then we're gonna wad it up into this loose ball. You can see it's not so tight that I squeezed it, but it's pretty well together. I'll put that ball on the tray. Now I'm gonna go through all my paper. I'm gonna make all these balls, and I'm gonna sit this one here and let it cook. Let it melt and congeal. And by the time I finish a section of balls, the first ones are pretty much ready to use. Now there's the question of what are we going to apply our paper mache to? As I said previously, I'm going to use this cardboard vessel I made in the last video, but you don't have to do that. Paper mache will stick to all kinds of stuff. Whatever you have lying around, you can make into a paper mache sculpture. Blue foam is something that I use a lot to carve with. It sticks great to paper mache. If you're a clay person, clay and paper mache go great together. What I would do if you're going to use clay is wrap the clay in cellophane wrap, something that the paper mache won't stick to, because clay will kind of melt into the paper mache. You can use wire, you can use, found objects, stick them together, cover them in paper mache. What I love about working with paper mache is that it unifies the surface. So, the bottom of this was plastic bottle, the side is cardboard, but now it makes it much more cohesive. So if I wanted to cover this in paint, I could. If I wanted to take an object just as is, not change it, I could paper mache this jar, and then it becomes a great surface to paint designs onto, whatever you want. All right, I think my wads are pretty well cooked. You don't want to wait too long because the sheet will break down to the point where it's no longer a sheet, and the structural integrity of the paper becomes more difficult, but this is a nice amount of melt. So what I'm going to do is take a little bit of goop, I'm going to apply it directly to my object. What's nice about working with cardboard specifically is that it like the paper, absorbs the mache. The cardboard will get more rigid from the mache in the same way that the paper will on top of it. I think they become really nice together. So I'm going to cover my guy in goop. You want to be careful to just get it wet. You don't want it so thick that the goop can't dry under it, because you can definitely have a piece that seems as though it's dry, but there will still be some gunk under the surface that will sometimes never quite dry. All right, so for now, I just gunked up this one section. If I do the whole thing, it might start to dry before I get it done. So I'm just gonna do this part for now. I'm gonna take my sheet, I'm gonna rip small sections from it. Because if I take the whole sheet and I apply it here, I'm gonna lose all of that detail. So what I wanna do is just take my little piece and apply it in a way where it's nice and smooth. And when there's a crack or a seam, you can take a fingernail or a little, tool or a spoon or a ruler you have. If you want to, you can work it in the cracks or not. Now, one more thing to think about is that if you're doing a thinner paper, like newspaper or computer paper or a magazine or whatever paper you decide to use, if it's not as thick as this brown paper or craft paper, I would probably skip the wadded up ball method and just take a sheet of paper, rip the machine edges off, apply the goop to it, both sides again, and stick it right onto the object. I would experiment. If you find that your paper is too thin, keep playing with it until you get the effect that you want. Now, as I finish up this first layer, something to think about is how many layers you're going to apply to your object. I mean, there's a few different rule of thumbs you can think about. You know, you want to remember that this is essentially a sheet of paper with some glue on it. So every layer is like a sheet and a half of paper. So, you know, for this case, this is not something that needs to be structurally sound. It already has the cardboard underneath. You know, for most of it, I think one layer will be fine. You know, I have these ridges here. Let's say I want to really preserve a little bit of that hard edge. One layer will be fine. Because if I do 3 or 4 layers, it's going to soften up a lot and you'll lose that crispness. Maybe you want that. If you put on 4 or 5 layers, it's going to look, these indentations will get much more subtle. But even still, like this connection point here, I would probably do at least 2 or 3 layers, even on this simple object, on that connection point. If this was a load-bearing object, like if you were making a puppet or a costume or something that was getting a lot of action, I would plan on, you know, at least 3 layers. Because really, if you take care of this stuff, don't get it wet, it can last indefinitely. So if you imagine the life of the object in the future, you know, maybe you'll be careful with it, but who knows who will yank on it and what the stress point will be. So I would really plan on this being a permanent object that, you know, could last forever. I've now flipped my object upside down so that I can get the underside. Flipping it around like this also gives you a new perspective to see any areas that might not look right or that you couldn't quite see. All right, and my object is now fully covered in paper mache. I'm gonna let it dry. I set up this piece of wood on a clamp here, and I'm gonna hang it upside down. So this way, nothing that's wet will be touching the ground. If you don't have a situation where you can hang it upside down like this, you can apply the paper mache in 2 sections. So do the top half, let that dry, flip it, do the bottom half. What to do with the rest of your goop? If you have leftover goop, you can save it. It will keep indefinitely. Just grab a sheet of cellophane and you would just make sure that it comes in contact with the goop so there's not any air touching it, and this will keep in the fridge indefinitely. If you don't want to keep it, if you have had enough goop, you can just pour it down the drain, you know, whatever. It's totally water soluble, non-toxic. Today has become tomorrow and my vessel is now fully dried, or I should say it's 98% dry. There's still a few little spots that are kind of wet. I would probably let it get 100% dry before I painted it or did anything else to it. But at this point, you can handle it and not really worry about messing it up. Drying time really varies with paper mache depending on the environment that it's in. If it's a hot summer day in the sun, your paper mache can dry in an hour, 2 hours. But, you know, it's still a pretty dreary spring here in New York, so it took overnight and it's still not 100% cured. But this could be a finished object if I wanted to. I could add paint to it. I like using house paint because that makes it a little bit waterproof. You could add flocking to it. You could put feathers on it. You could put rhinestones on it. This can be a foundation for more building, or this can be the finished object. If you wanted to, you could go through and sand off rough spots and little folds, and then do spot touch-ups to make it more perfectly smooth. Cover it in plaster. Really, anything that you want to do, you can do with paper mache. That's it for today. Thank you for watching and or participating in this workshop. If you got anything out of it, feel free to kick me a few bucks at Venmo. I'm at Nick DeMarco. Don't feel obligated to, it's hard times for all of us. But if you do make anything from the workshop, please do send it over to me. A bunch of people sent me stuff they made from episode 1, and it warmed my little heart. I'm gonna post the recipe for the goop in the comments, so you can look at that. And if you have any requests for future classes, also hit me up. Thank you, bye.
Hello, this is my king, Simon. This is the king of the day, but I can't keep it. Had to send it back to the ocean. Do it have some numbers up in the top corner? What do it say?
23.
Huh?
23.
All right. Well, I'll see you next month, okay? So I gotta send it back. Bye.
If I could reach the stars, I'd pull one down for you and shine it on my heart so you could see the truth. This love I have inside is everything it seems. Now that I find it's only in my dream. If I could change the world, I would be the sunlight in your universe. You would really think my love was something good, baby, if I could change the world. If I could be a king, even for a day, and take you as my queen, I'd have it no other way. In this kingdom we would rule, in this kingdom we have made, and I'd be a fool, I'd have it no other way. If I could change the world, I would be the sunlight in your universe. You would really think my love was something good, baby, if I could change the world. If I could change the world, I would be the sunlight in your universe. You would really think my love was something good, baby, if I could change the world. An angel came down from heaven yesterday. She stayed with me just long enough to rescue me. And she told me a story yesterday about the sweet love between the moon and deep blue sea. Then she spread her wings high over me. She says she's gonna come back tomorrow. And I said, fly on, my sweet angel. Fly on through the sky. Fly on, my sweet angel. Forever I'm gonna be by your side. Sure enough, this morning came unto me. Silver wings, silhouette against a child's sunrise. And my angel, she said unto me, today is the day for you to ride. Take my hand, she said that I would stand. That's when I ride. That's when she took me high over yonder. Then I said, fly on, my sweet angel. Fly on through the sky. Fly on, my sweet angel. Forever I'm gonna be by your side. Then I said, fly on, my sweet angel. Fly on through the sky. Fly on, my sweet angel. Forever I'm gonna be by your side. not so far away, but I still call it home. Sometimes I'm blessed with a stare and a smile, but I'll be right where I am. I learned I've enhanced my style. I'm so glad to be in sitcom. I can be in a fantasy I saw in a dream. I'm so glad I'm in sitcom. No matter where I go, I won't need to leave. My mind has given me places as far as I can see. Loving the snow-capped mountains while walking by the sea. People here have helped my brand new star. No matter where I go, they'll always have a place in my heart. While I'm here in Sitcom,
Bonjour, je suis Anne-Cécile Surga, on est dans mon atelier en Ariège. Et dans cette vidéo, je vais vous expliquer comment je procède pour prendre un bloc de marbre comme celui-ci et pour en faire une sculpture. L'étape numéro 1, ça peut sembler un peu basique, mais c'est quand même d'avoir une idée. Personnellement, je commence jamais le travail sur un bloc sans avoir une idée préalable auquel j'ai vraiment beaucoup réfléchi avant. C'est un matériel qui coûte cher, qui est difficile à se procurer. On n'a pas le droit à l'erreur puisque c'est donc une technique de soustraction où on va garder le bloc tel quel et on va enlever de la matière. Donc une fois que la matière est enlevée, on ne peut pas la remettre. C'est pas comme de la pâte à sel par exemple. Et donc on n'a pas droit à l'erreur. Donc avant tout, j'ai une idée, je sais vers quoi je veux aller, non ? Pour être encore plus à 100% sûr, ce que je fais, c'est que je fais un modèle en plastine. Donc la plastine, donc là j'ai un bloc en plastique recouvert de plastine, à peu près aux mêmes dimensions que mon bloc de marbre sur lequel je vais travailler. La plastine, c'est cette matière-là. Ouais, d'accord, ça fait pas vraiment de mise au point. Bon, bah c'est de la pâte à modeler artistique en fait, donc c'est plus dur. Là, ça garde vraiment les formes quand je les applique dessus. Voilà, ça tombe pas même si c'est très fin, n'est-ce pas? Donc voilà, donc ça c'est ce que j'utilise. Donc là, je vais commencer par faire mon modèle en plextine, suivant l'idée que j'ai préconçue au préalable. Voilà, pour que ça me donne un espèce de guide ensuite quand je vais travailler sur le bloc. Alors, même si j'ai une idée quand même assez précise de ce que je veux faire sur le bloc, avant de faire mon modèle, en fait, je m'assure que le bloc n'ait pas trop d'impurités. Des impurités, en fait, c'est des veines ou des choses à l'intérieur du bloc qui pourraient peut-être se casser ou qui pourraient déformer, en fait, l'idée de base que j'ai. Donc là, je sais pas si c'est très clair à la caméra, on peut voir, par exemple, qu'il y a cette marque qui vient et donc qui fait tout cet angle-là. Ok, donc cette marque, elle interpelle l'intégrité du bloc. Donc ça ne va pas casser, mais par contre, il faut prendre en considération par rapport à comment je vais placer mes traces de main en fait sur le bloc pour la composition en fait, pour la composition générale, pour que ce soit joli. Voilà, donc là je vous montre le bloc, il a un petit peu d'aspérité, enfin de coloration on va dire, mais c'est pas gênant, c'est un bloc qui est très blanc, qui est de très grande qualité, donc je pense que mis à part ce petit truc là, il n'y a vraiment pas de problème majeur et ça va être très très facile à travailler. J'ai fini de réaliser mon modèle, donc mon modèle en plextine. Ok. Donc moi comment j'utilise le modèle, c'est en fait c'est un peu comme si on utilisait une boussole pour s'orienter. À présent que j'ai mes formes, que je sais à peu près où est-ce que je vais mettre telle main et la taille et tout ça, je vais les mettre sur le bloc en fait. Je vais essayer de voir grâce à ça comment prendre cette taille et la remettre ici. Et donc pour ce faire, je dois avant toute chose délimiter sur mon modèle. Donc, je vais faire des traces sur le modèle pour délimiter. Donc en fait ça c'est pour que je sache qu'est-ce que je vais pas devoir couper tout à l'heure. Vous voyez là, j'ai fait des formes géométriques très faciles que je vais pouvoir reproduire sur ce bloc. J'ai réussi à reporter les formes géométriques autour du modèle. Donc là vous voyez j'avais tracé des lignes comme ça. Et ça je les ai reportées sur le bloc comme ça. Donc j'ai tout mon bloc qui est recouvert par mes traits de délimitation. Donc là c'est là où je vais avoir la main qui est verticale. Et ici la main horizontale. Donc comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, le marbre c'est une technique de soustraction en fait. Ouais. Donc je dois préserver les zones où je vais avoir mes motifs, on peut dire. Et je vais retirer. Donc là en fait j'ai mesuré 1 cm, 1 cm et demi, de même ici. Donc ça c'est la profondeur à laquelle je vais couper dans le bloc. Et ensuite donc je vais enlever sur toutes les surfaces en fait, sur les 5 surfaces du bloc. Et comme ça ensuite j'aurai mes parties motifs en surépaisseur. Et après je vais pouvoir travailler là-dessus. Je suis prête à faire les premières découpes sur mon bloc. Donc pour ça j'utilise une meuleuse d'angle. Voilà. Avec un disque diamant on appelle ça. Ah, ça fait pas de mise au point. Voilà, donc c'est un disque diamant, donc on peut voir, il y a une espèce de fine couche dessus. Et c'est un disque spécial qui vient d'Italie, qui me permet de rentrer dans la pierre peut-être pas au moindre effort, mais quand même de manière plus simple qu'avec des disques qui sont pas spécialisés. Alors, j'ai mes petites protections, donc j'ai des gants anti-vibration. Je mets mon masque. Et une protection anti-bruit, parce que vous allez voir, ça fait beaucoup de bruit. Et c'est parti. J'ai coupé sur 1 cm, ouais, ça se voit bien comme ça là, sur le haut. Et en fait, là je vais vous montrer. On peut voir que c'est pas plat. On voit les traces du disque, non? Donc c'est pas super parce que moi l'effet que je recherche, c'est vraiment très géométrique. Donc, prochaine étape pour moi, je vais utiliser un autre disque. C'est un disque à aplatir et qui va me permettre de régulariser toute la surface. Voilà. Donc c'est aussi un disque diamant spécifique pour le travail du marbre. Là, on peut voir que déjà, on a une surface beaucoup plus plane. Il n'y a plus d'aspérité quand on touche. Mais par contre, le but, c'est quand même d'avoir une surface géométrique. Donc, ce que je fais, c'est que je dois vérifier à chaque fois que je fais une découpe que je suis bien plat. Donc là, j'utilise une barre en fer qui est droite. Et vous voyez, on voit bien qu'elle bouge. Donc en fait, ça veut dire que j'ai une grosseur à ce niveau-là. Donc je le marque avec mon crayon. Et ainsi de suite. Ça, je sais. Ouais, il faut que je repasse. Et donc là, je vais repasser avec mon disque, et ainsi de suite, jusqu'à ce que j'ai une surface plane, parfaite, comme je cherche à avoir. C'est fait, j'ai réussi. J'ai atteint une surface plate sur toute la surface supérieure. Donc maintenant, il ne me reste plus qu'à le faire sur les 4 autres surfaces qui restent. Sachant, donc à chaque fois, ça va être le même procédé. Je vais découper le long des lignes et laisser le volume pour que ça ressorte, sur lequel après on va sculpter après par la suite. Sachant qu'il faut que je sois sûre que à chaque fois mes murs, on peut appeler ça, soient donc perpendiculaires à la surface, au sol, et qu'ils soient bien à angle droit entre eux. Donc c'est un peu un challenge puisque c'est vraiment au dixième de millimètre près et donc je dois tout faire à la main et il faut avoir une bonne maîtrise de l'appareil. Allez, c'est parti! J'ai enfin fini de découper mes formes originelles, on peut dire, du bloc. Comme vous pouvez voir, là en fait ça ressort. Ouais, on voit pas très bien en fait. Bon, là vous pouvez voir que j'ai fait ressortir donc la masse et j'ai réussi à aplatir tout ça. Donc j'ai fait ça sur les 5 faces du bloc. Voilà. Ça n'a pas été simple. J'ai appris la consistance, la structure du marbre. En fait, tous les marbres, même s'ils viennent de la même carrière, du même endroit au monde, ils n'ont pas exactement la même consistance et la même densité. Celui-là, il est un tout petit peu friable, ce qui fait que si je fais pas attention, en fait, les arêtes ou les angles droits vont se casser. Enfin, il n'est pas friable, je peux pas le casser en faisant comme ça, mais s'il tombe, s'il y a un petit choc, ça peut s'enlever et donc je dois réenlever jusqu'à 3 mm pour enlever le défaut qui a été créé. Donc voilà, donc là je vais vous montrer. À la base je voulais enlever juste 1 cm sur la surface du haut et en fait je suis à pratiquement 2 cm. À cause des erreurs, par exemple j'ai découpé un peu plus de ce côté-là, ici c'était un peu plus haut donc je dois tout réguler, enfin bon. Donc ça m'a pris du temps, toutes les surfaces font plus que 1 cm, toutes les masses on va dire font plus d'1 cm de profondeur. Parce que j'ai fait pas mal d'erreurs et donc ça m'a pris beaucoup de temps pour tout régulariser. Mais maintenant c'est bon, j'ai un angle droit sur tous les côtés et je suis assez fière de moi parce que ça a été vraiment difficile à faire. Mais en fait au final ça va. Voilà, donc maintenant, étape supérieure. Les traces de main préparatoires du modèle en plextine. Et je vais reporter le mouvement sur ce bloc au crayon. Et comme ça, je vais avoir les grandes lignes que j'aurai à suivre ensuite avec mes outils pour couper le marbre. En fait, je vais pas juste mettre ma main comme ça et faire les tracés avec un crayon. Je vais me donner des encoches en fait dans la plastine. Et ces points de repère, je vais les répertorier sur mon bloc. Voilà. Donc ça, c'est ma technique. Il y a des techniques un peu plus spécialisées qu'on peut apprendre en école de sculpture. Mais j'ai pas fait école de sculpture, donc moi je fais comme ça, voilà. C'est la technique que j'ai développée qui est assez similaire enfin, qui arrive au même résultat que ce qu'on peut apprendre de manière, la manière classique, la méthode par point, ou par la machine par point, ou des choses comme ça. J'ai mes grandes lignes directrices de mes traces de doigts en fait et je vais découper le marbre pour faire des traces de doigts mais c'est pas ça. Il faut aller au fur et à mesure. C'est un travail pyramidal on va dire je peux pas aller directement et me dire bon ben voilà là cette ligne-là, cette trace-là, elle fait 1 cm de largeur et de profondeur. Donc allez, j'y vais directement à 1 cm de profondeur et de largeur. Si je fais comme ça, il y a énormément de chances que je fasse des erreurs que je puisse pas rattraper en fait. Donc je dois vraiment aller au fur et à mesure. Donc bah, là, mes traces de doigts, en fait, ce sont des lignes au crayon. Et en fait, bon, j'ai commencé une nouvelle méthode que j'ai jamais fait avant, mais je pense que ça pourrait être marrant. Je vais prédécouper mes traces de doigts avec mon disque à aplatir. Donc je vais me servir de l'arête comme c'était un disque à découper. Et je vais faire les marques dans le marbre avec cette machine-là. Parce qu'elle coupe beaucoup plus vite que la meuleuse droite que j'utilise normalement pour faire les traces de doigts. Donc la deuxième machine, je vais vous l'introduire un peu plus tard. Mais pour le moment, je vais faire mes pré-traces avant de faire mes autres pré-traces pour mener aux vraies traces avec cette machine. Toutes les encoches sur la sculpture à tous les niveaux. Voilà. Donc après, je vais pouvoir rentrer dans une phase que pour moi c'est un peu plus intéressant. C'est la phase où je vais commencer à vraiment modeler la sculpture et aller un peu plus vers le travail de modelage et de création de formes dans le marbre à proprement parler. Donc pour ce faire, j'utilise une meuleuse droite. Voilà. Donc c'est un peu comme un très gros stylo. Il y a le bout qui tourne ici, la tête. J'utilise des têtes, des fraises diamants. Et donc, évidemment, pour faire les tracés, si vous êtes familier avec mes œuvres, vous avez vu, il y a énormément de détails. Donc, je ne peux pas utiliser qu'une seule tête. Donc, j'en ai toute une collection. Voilà. Donc, ça va vraiment de la plus grosse. C'est très lourd. Ah! Celle-ci, ah mon dieu, c'est pas possible. Ouais, voilà, donc elle doit faire, je sais pas, genre 2-3 cm de diamètre au plus haut. Et j'ai différentes formes, j'ai des trucs un peu plus pointus. Donc là, moi, ce que j'ai fait, c'est que, encore une fois, je vais pas aller directement tracer dans les lignes que j'ai préfaites là maintenant, directement avec la taille finale. Je vais aller progressivement, donc on va être du plus petit et je vais grossir, écarter en fait les traces au fur et à mesure pour être sûr d'arriver à la taille que je veux à la fin, puisque évidemment si je coupe trop, si je fais des trous trop grands, eh bien après je pourrais pas remettre de la matière si je me suis trompée. Voilà, donc, je vais vous faire une petite démonstration. La ligne que je viens de tracer, c'est celle-ci. Voilà. Ouais, clairement, on approche de la forme du doigt, hein, on peut le voir, c'est évident. Enfin voilà, donc, je vais commencer à tracer là-dessus et pour délimiter un peu mieux les formes, les gros, les petits. Et je vous retrouve quand on passera à une étape un peu plus sensible au niveau des détails. Voilà. Donc je vais vous faire un petit update sur l'avancement des travaux, on peut dire. Donc là, on peut dire grossièrement, j'ai réussi à faire la forme de la trace. Donc de là où on dirait qu'elle doit et donner une impression de mouvement, donc ça s'affine au fur et à mesure. Voilà, j'ai... non, ça se voit pas. Les traces, elles sont aussi profondes, enfin à peu près, que j'ai atteint la profondeur finale, on va dire. Je ne dis pas c'est la trace finale, mais au moins la profondeur de rentrer dans le bloc est là. Et de même sur cette main. Voilà. Yola. Et donc voilà. Donc là j'ai posé mes profondeurs. Ça me permet de connaître les ombres en fait. Ce que je travaille, c'est un travail sur l'ombre et la lumière. Et maintenant je vais travailler les masses. Et je vais les travailler au fur et à mesure. Je fais une petite pause pour vous montrer où j'en suis dans l'avancement des travaux de sculpture. Donc, j'espère que ça reste bien net à l'image. On peut voir que là, j'ai commencé à créer une sorte de mouvement. Donc, c'est plus les lignes fixes comme j'avais fait au tout début, pour essayer d'amener un côté plus organique et donc plus naturel à la chose. Ce que j'ai fait aussi, c'est j'ai commencé à apporter aussi du dynamisme dans les différents niveaux en fait on peut appeler ça des bourrelets de traces. Et donc voilà, c'est encore assez gros, vous voyez, je sais pas, ça fait peut-être 5 mm quoi. Ouais, limite un peu plus. Donc on est encore dans des traits assez grossiers. Il y a, les formes sont encore très géométriques à ces niveaux-là. Écoutez comment ça se présente. Peut-être c'est un stade un tout petit peu plus avancé ici. Donc là pareil, j'ai fait différents niveaux pour montrer qu'il y a une descente, la pesanteur, mettre du mouvement pour donner une forme organique. Et donc voilà, petit à petit, je continue. C'est un bon exemple. Vous voyez, en fait, ici, j'ai énormément de matière en plus pour me laisser la place de travailler et d'approfondir la forme plus tard. Donc voilà, petit à petit. Donc ça y est, j'ai fini à faire les gros contours à l'aide de ma meuleuse droite. Donc là, on voit qu'on s'approche vraiment, vraiment de la forme finale. Par contre, on voit aussi c'est bien, mais pas top. Ça reste quand même assez grossier. Par exemple, pour les traits les plus fins ici, ou... Enfin, ça manque de détails. On voit... Enfin, je vois. Attendez. C'est pas encore au stade final. Donc pour ce faire, je vais utiliser encore une nouvelle machine qui est beaucoup plus précise que les deux dernières. Donc normalement, j'utilise, c'est une Dremel, enfin je ne sais pas comment ça s'appelle. Donc j'utilise cette machine là Et donc là, c'est des pointes très très fines, comme vous pouvez voir là. Là, c'est l'œuvre finie en soi. Oups, je vais plus retravailler la forme. Ce qui s'est passé, c'est qu'au fur et à mesure que je travaillais, je me suis rendu compte que le marbre était beaucoup plus, d'une certaine façon, friable que ce que je pensais. Ce qui m'a empêché de faire des détails aussi fins que ce que je comptais faire au départ. Mais bon, il faut s'adapter. Aucun marbre n'est le même exactement, et donc il y a toujours des surprises au fur et à mesure du travail de la sculpture. Donc voilà. Donc là, j'en suis là. Comme vous pouvez voir, c'est bien, mais pas top. On est encore loin du travail final. Ce que je dois faire à présent, c'est de polir la sculpture. Donc il y a différentes étapes de polissage. C'est un travail très répétitif et pas du tout créatif, mais il faut le faire. Donc qu'est-ce que j'ai comme matériel de polissage? J'ai cette pierre. Donc c'est une pierre à poncer. Je sais pas du tout de quoi c'est fait. Je sais pas si c'est organique ou chimique. Parce que je trouve ça en Italie, je connais pas le nom, mais ça me permet donc de poncer de plus larges surfaces. Ça se présente comme une petite brique, donc ensuite moi je les ai coupés avec un disque en fine lame comme ceci, parce que c'est plus facile pour moi pour rentrer dans les traces de doigts en fait, voilà. Donc au fur et à mesure que j'utilise ces pierres, elles se réduisent, c'est pas quelque chose qui reste. Et donc j'ai plein de petits bouts que je garde pour pouvoir faire des détails. Ensuite, j'utilise aussi des râpes. Donc j'ai des râpes de différentes tailles, comme vous pouvez voir ici. J'ai fait plus large, qui doit faire à peu près taille de mon doigt. J'ai à peu près exactement la même forme, peut-être divisé par 2. Et la plus fine que j'ai, donc c'est celle-ci. Donc, comme vous pouvez voir, elle est vraiment fine. Je crois que ça doit faire 3 mm. Ouah, au plus gros côté. Enfin bon, voilà. Donc avec ces limes, je vais faire mon premier niveau de polissage. Sachant que j'ai 4 ou 5 différents niveaux. Et donc c'est à peu près toujours le même principe. Mais là, vu que le premier niveau c'est le plus difficile, on a des outils spécialisés. Parce que bon, c'est quand même polir des cailloux, donc c'est pas évident. Là, vous voyez bien les traces faites par mes machines. Et donc, je vais le faire par exemple avec la pierre pour vous montrer. Donc regardez bien cette surface ici. On peut voir que ça commence déjà, les marques, les coups des têtes diamants commencent à s'estomper au fur et à mesure. Ensuite, donc vous voyez les lames, ça me permet de rentrer en dessous des espèces de bourrelets de matière que je crée pour l'esthétique de la sculpture. Donc voilà, donc c'est chaque millimètre carré de la sculpture doit être passé à cette technique afin de, dans un premier temps, flouter en fait les démarcations de texture. Voilà. Après, oui, ça c'est donc mon style. Peut-être certains sculpteurs vont laisser de manière apparente les traces des outils pour donner un autre effet, mais bon, dans mon cas, dans cette sculpture spécifiquement. Et donc voilà, donc comme là vous pouvez aussi voir que ici il y a beaucoup de marques. Ici, je vais essayer si ça rend bien pour que vous voyez vraiment la différence. Voilà. Et donc je vais continuer à faire ça pendant de longues heures aujourd'hui. J'ai fini mon premier niveau de polissage avec les pierres et les limes. Donc comme on peut voir à l'écran, on arrive vraiment à s'approcher du résultat final. C'est beaucoup plus doux, les lignes sont moins cassées. On sent qu'il y a un sentiment de fluidité dans l'œuvre. Et oui, enfin, et puis bon, il y a moins d'accroche au visuel des marques laissées par les machines. Donc ça commence à devenir assez satisfaisant. Donc voilà. Donc à présent, ce que je vais faire, c'est de continuer les différents niveaux de polissage. Là, l'étape suivante, c'est je vais passer avec un abrasif de 60. Oui. Et moi, personnellement, je monte jusqu'au niveau 120. Pardon, 220 ou 240. Mon choix de 220 est un choix personnel. C'est parce qu'en fait, le marbre, c'est parfait, ça réagit très bien à la friction. Et en fait, personnellement, je trouve que si on passe à un niveau au-dessus de 300, enfin un niveau très très élevé de polissage, parce qu'on peut aller jusqu'à 1000 ou même plus, pour moi, je trouve que ça a un petit côté carrelage, un peu austère. Je trouve que quand je vais jusqu'au 200, on voit encore un peu les aspérités de la pierre tout en étant très très lisse, et j'ai l'impression qu'elle respire et qu'elle offre plus à l'œil et point de vue phénoménologique, tout ça. Donc comment je fais? Donc là j'ai une machine. Donc là j'ai un papier abrasif que je mets de ce côté là, et en fait cette machine je vais en faire que pour les côtés plats, donc ça me permet de polir les côtés plats aussi. Et pour le reste, je fais tout à la main. Voilà, j'ai découpé ma petite feuille d'abrasif en 4 et je prends mon abrasif et je frotte. Voilà. Donc je vais faire ça pendant quelques jours et puis je vous retrouve quand j'ai fini et quand la sculpture sera finie. J'ai enfin fini mon processus de polissage. C'était assez galère, je dois dire. Donc voilà, j'espère que vous pouvez voir. Une partie intéressante du polissage, c'est que ça révèle en fait les couleurs internes, intrinsèques au marbre. Donc par exemple sur cette face là, on peut voir qu'il y a énormément de petites taches qui sont vraiment très jolies, bien un effet tacheté vraiment super. On peut voir il y a une espèce de ligne qui monte comme ça. Enfin, vraiment super. Mais ça fait lourd en fait ainsi. Donc ce que je fais, c'est que je fais une petite encoche à la base du bloc qui va créer une ombre et donc créer un sentiment d'élévation. Enfin comme si la forme flottait, et ça va encore diminuer encore plus ce sentiment de pesanteur enfin c'est intrinsèque au marbre, hein, c'est lourd quoi. Je sais pas, ce bloc là il doit faire à peu près 20 kg, 30 kg, donc c'est pas... Voilà. Donc il faut que je fasse ma petite encoche pour... donc ça c'est encore de la création. Il faut que je signe pour pouvoir répertorier le fait que ce soit mon œuvre. Si tout irait bien, je mettrai une cire de protection sur toute la surface qui empêcherait en fait, parce que c'est un peu poreux, donc le marbre pourrait absorber des graisses et de la rouille, et c'est des taches qui sont indélébiles après qu'on ne peut pas enlever. Donc généralement je mets une cire de protection, mais à l'heure actuelle je n'ai pas accès à ce produit. Et pareil aussi, je vais faire, mais pas maintenant, mettre une petite plaque en inox pour donner une base qui fait que pour empêcher le bloc de se fissurer s'il est traîné ou pris par des personnes qui ne s'y connaissent pas. Mais pareil, à cause de la situation actuelle, j'ai pas de plaque à la taille adéquate. Donc voilà, je vais faire que le petit biseau et la signature. Et nous avons notre œuvre finie. C'est le moment où personnellement je chanterais bien le boléro de Ravel. Ouais. Donc comme vous pouvez voir, là j'ai fait mon biseau et ça donne vraiment une impression de légèreté. Enfin, ça atténue la pression de lourdeur en tout cas. Donc j'espère que vous avez apprécié et à bientôt.
yourself. What is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna be meant to be. What is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna be, wanna just be yourself. What is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna be, what is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna just be yourself. What is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna be meant to be. What is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna be, wanna just be yourself. What is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna be meant to be. What is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna just be yourself. What is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna be meant to be. What is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna just be yourself. What is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna be meant to be. What is we wanna be, wanna just be yourself. What is we wanna be, wanna be meant to be. What is we wanna be, wanna just be yourself. What is we wanna be, wanna be meant to be. What is we wanna be, wanna just be yourself. What is we wanna be, wanna be meant to be. What is we wanna be, wanna just be yourself. What is we wanna be, wanna be meant to be. What is we wanna be, wanna just be yourself. What is we wanna be, wanna be meant to be. What is we wanna be, wanna just be yourself. What is we wanna be, wanna be meant to be.
Let's just say it didn't work out. That's what I say when people ask about it, yeah. That's what I do. I tried to change my mind. Let's just say I thought this time I might. Turned out the same as the last few times I tried. Let's just say nothing happened. Tried to change. I tried to change. I tried to change myself. Let's just say it didn't work out. That's what I say when people ask about it, yeah. That's what I do. I tried to change my mind. Let's just say I thought this time I might. Turned out the same as the last few times I've tried. Let's just say nothing happened. I tried to change. Tried to change. I tried to.
Nobody's blues but mine, I know. That's why I'm staying inside tonight. 'Cause I don't wanna bother anybody with my troubles. No, there's nothing to do with anyone around me. That's why I'm keeping my mouth shut about it. But you know what I mean when I say the skin's thin on a bubble. Bubbles break. Lips, parted words lit by the light of my television screen. My mouth on the mic with a telephone receiver. My breath through the phone like the cars going by my window. And with the sound of my buzzing machine, don't need the touch of a human being. You know me, I like being together with someone else. I know it's just a part of getting older. I know it's just a part. I know it's just a part of getting older.
What? Where'd you get the huh? What? Where did you get that? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? What? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? Where did you get that? That sound. That sound. That sound. That sound. That sound. That sound. Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? What? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? Where did you get that? That sound. 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 That sound.
Grandma's hands clapped in church on Sunday morning. Grandma's hand played a tambourine so well. Grandma's hand used to issue out a warning. She'd say, Billy, don't you run so fast, might fall on a piece of glass, might be snakes there in that grass. Grandma's hand. Grandma's hand soothed the local unwed mother. Grandma's hand used to ache sometimes and swell. Grandma's hand used to lift her face and tell her, she'd say, baby, Grandma, understand that you really love that man. Put yourself in Jesus' hands. Grandma's hand.
Have you ever worn the mask? Yeah. One, two, 1, 2.
M to the A to the S to the K. Put the mask on their face just to make it next day. Feds be hawking me, jokers be stalking me. I walk the street and camouflage my identity.
My posse in the Brooklyn wear the mask. My crew in the Jersey wear the mask. Pick up kids doing boogie woogie wear the mask.
Yeah, everybody wear the mask.
Yo.
I used to hand me a piece of candy. Grandma's hand pick me up each time I fell. Grandma's hand, boy, they really came in a handy. She'd say, Matty, Auntie, don't you whip that boy. What you wanna spank him for? He didn't drop no apple core, but I don't have grandma anymore. If I get to heaven, I'll look for grandma's hand.
Sometimes life can make you crazy. It can really put your body to the test. You try so hard to make sure everything goes right, and you find you've only wound up with a mess. It's a common situation, even though you feel abandoned and alone. Child, you ain't the first to experience a hurt, so don't panic when you hit the danger zone.
Hello, we are going to be making lemon garlic chicken cutlets tonight. We're going to get the cutlets ready. These came out of the freezer 4 or 5 hours ago, and that's going to make them a little easier to fillet. We want to get these fillets about a 1/2 inch thick, and you'll get 2 or 3 fillets out of each chicken breast depending on how big they are. Now they're a little bit easier to fillet when they're halfway frozen, and that's why they've been thawing out now for about 4 hours. They aren't completely thawed, so we're going to go ahead and trim them up. You want to make sure you have a good sharp knife. And clean them up a little bit. Just be very careful. And just like that. And we're going to dip these in an egg batter later, and then toss them in some breadcrumbs and put them in a frying pan. But for now, we're just getting these trimmed up and getting them filleted and ready to go. And these are the size of average chicken tender size. And that's it for now. Put these back in the fridge, and when we're ready later on, we're going to get them ready to fry in the pan. Alright, we're going to get the chicken ready to put in the frying pan. We're going to make our lemon, garlic, and olive oil sauce. Chopping up some garlic here. Getting ready for the sauce. We're going to put equal parts lemon juice and olive oil. About 1.5 cups of each. And this real lemon juice works just fine. If you want to get real lemons, go right ahead. You can buy the garlic already chopped up in the jar. That works just fine. I recommend using garlic and not garlic powder. And then you want to add a bunch of oregano to taste, as they say, whatever. Good bit. Mix this up a little bit, set it aside. Now this chicken that we filleted earlier, simply going to throw some egg wash on there and bread it and fry it. One egg should be enough to coat. This was 2 chicken breasts. I got 6 fillets here. Alright, we're getting ready to cook these chicken breasts, and we're not going to cook them all the way through. We're going to finish them off on the steamer. So we're just going to cook them until they're brown on the outside. Just enough breadcrumbs here to coat the chicken. Got a good bit of olive oil in the frying pan getting hot. Get the breadcrumbs on these. We'll be ready to go. These just been on for a couple of minutes. Again, we're just kind of getting them a little golden brown on the outside. Really not cooking them all the way through. We'll let them go for about 2 minutes on this side. Alright, these are done. We're going to put them, this is a half steam table size aluminum pan, and if you have a nice wire rack to put in there, that's great. We're using crumpled up aluminum foil. The idea is we don't want to cook these on direct heat. We just want to steam them. There you go there. And then our olive oil, lemon juice, garlic, and oregano. Go right over the top. Gonna wrap this up tight. And then this is going to cook for about 2 hours at a very low heat. So we are putting it on this electric warming plate. That's made for steam table pans. It just has the rack removed. We're going to put that on a medium-high heat and just let that go for about 2 hours. All right, it's 5 o'clock. It's happy hour. Time to start prepping one of these side dishes. We're going to do some asparagus tips in the broiler. But to begin with, we got a little cream herring, some marinated mushrooms, and a jalapeno stuffed green olive. And a shot of my favorite tequila to get things going. Now what we're going to do here is take these asparagus tips, add a little bit of olive oil, salt and pepper, got some panko breadcrumbs. And we're going to put a little bit more of this on the top when we're ready to put those in the oven. Got a little bit of Parmesan cheese. Now we're going to throw a few pine nuts in there to give it a little extra texture, a nice little nutty flavor. Toss these up a little bit. Now we're just going to cover these, put them in the fridge, just set them aside. When it comes time to cook them, we're going to put them in the oven real hot, like a convection roast, about 400 degrees for 3 or 4 minutes, and then put them under the broiler for about 30 seconds. You want to spread them out so they all get cooked nice and evenly. That's why we're using a bigger pan here. Get them all exposed to the heat in the oven when the time comes. All right, we're going to take our chicken that's been cooking for about an hour and 15 minutes now. Take it off that hot plate for a second. We're just going to turn these, flip them over. See how they're doing. Some of that garlic and oil and everything soak onto the top side there after we flip them. Put that back on the hot plate. So along with our chicken cutlets and asparagus tips, we're going to be having a spinach salad with avocado and tomato and blue cheese crumbles, and we're also going to do fettuccine alfredo. On the fettuccine noodles, what I've done here is these are fresh made noodles from the farmer's market. I put a little olive oil on there and let that settle in for a little while and try and break those apart a little bit before I put them in the water, otherwise they'll stick all together when you're cooking them. The spinach, you can go ahead and rinse that off and let that sit for a while. Give it a chance to dry off and drain. Dinner's about an hour away still. And I'm going to dice up this tomato. I'm going to wait till the last minute, dice up the avocado, put it in there when it's nice and fresh. Get this set aside for now. For the fettuccine, we're going to put up a pot of boiling water, obviously, to cook that, but for now we're going to start the Alfredo sauce. We're going to get the stick of butter going in here, start to warm that up. We're going to use about half of that container of heavy whipping cream. If you have a chance to get some mascarpone cheese, you put that in there. It's nice instead of the whipping cream. We're also going to put in a little Parmesan and a little Pecorino. This is a little bit sharper cheese. Give it a little extra added bump, but to begin with, we're just going to get this butter warm, get the garlic going, let the garlic soften a little bit, then add that other stuff to it. We're also going to add some basil. All right, we buy this fresh and then just put it right in the freezer. Great for cooking. Obviously, once it thaws out, it's going to be a little wilted, so it's not a substitute for recipes that call for fresh basil, but for cooking, it's going to be fine. I like it better than the dry basil. And I'm going to dice that up a little bit. Get ready to put it in the sauce when the time comes. You want to go at it and get it chopped up as finely as you can while it's still frozen. Once it thaws out, it'll be a little bit more difficult to manage. But this is going to be nice for the the Alfredo sauce. Just about melted. Toss the garlic in there. And garlic won't take long to cook. You don't want to have it too hot. And in a couple of minutes the garlic will start to get soft. We'll put the other ingredients in there. Okay, so that butter's going real nice. We're going to turn the heat down a little bit and pour some of this whipping cream in there. I'm going to move that down to this burner down here. It has the smallest burner, and just turn it on low. And put it on that. And then just let that, all those flavors kind of melt in together for a while. All right, we're going to get started. Obviously, turn the water on for the fettuccine. And put a little salt in there, a little oil. There's already a good bit of oil on the fettuccine. And I think for the spinach salad, we're going to add a little bacon. We're going to dice the tomato up. Okay, so we're going to make a little garlic bread to go with the dinner, obviously, and we're going to start to prep our salad. Over here, got just going to dice up that tomato, get the avocado cut up. Even though it's just going to be in the refrigerator for a little while. You want that avocado to stay nice. Put that in the fridge. And this water is going, obviously. So we're going to get the spaghetti ready to put in there. Want to try and separate this as much as possible. A little head start. start with the olive oil that's been settling in there. The more we can help it break apart, the fewer clumps you'll have. Cook it, so just try it. Get a little space in between some of these. Spread that all around. Usually not necessary unless you're using fresh pasta. If you're using it out of the box, just dump it in there. Just be sure to start stirring it up right away. Keep stirring it for a good 10-15 seconds, and then make sure you stir it at least for 10 or 15 seconds every minute or so until the water is boiling so hard that it's spaghetti is rotating on its own. About ready to go in there. Again, you want to start moving that around right away. I'm going to keep stirring that. It's going to take 10 or 12 minutes to cook. Waiting for this butter to soften, make some garlic bread. And everything's starting to come together here in a little while. Alright, the spaghetti fettuccine just has a couple of minutes to go. We're going to get the garlic bread ready. This is butter, crushed garlic, a little dry basil, salt, pepper. Spread it out on top of here. Ready to go. We'll drop this in the oven right when the asparagus comes out. And I'll cook up real quick. Just toast the top of that and I'll put butter in there. Later. Start poking through here, making sure there aren't any clumps that haven't separated. Get everything all. Looks like it's just got a couple of minutes left. And this is just sitting there stewing nicely. A minute or two. Move it over here. Some people like to rinse it out. I think if you put the sauce on it quick enough, that's not necessary. A matter of personal preference. It's going right on top of there. And that's good to go. The oven warmed up. Get the vegetable going. What we got going on here is the spinach for the salad. Got a little fan set up next to our dish drain rack, and spinach now is just about dry. It's gonna be nice and ready for the salad when the time comes. For now, I'm gonna grab the vegetables out of the fridge. Give them another quick stir. Olive oil's probably settled down to the bottom of the dish. I'm going to toss these up again just for a second. A few more crumbles of this on top. A little crunch. Put that in there. I'm going to keep in mind it's going to be about 4 minutes. Just until that starts to soften just a little bit, and then we'll put it under the broiler. Follow it up with the garlic bread. We'll be good to go. All right, we're going to get the salad ready. Tomato and avocado. Right on there. Check out these vegetables. Another minute there. What do you think, June Buck? I'm pretty sure these vegetables are just about right. Asparagus is starting to glisten a little bit. Put it up here on top. And put it on broil. Spinach salad. We got some blue cheese crumbles, blue cheese dressing, chunky blue cheese, which is really not chunky, and go with balsamic and crumble blue cheese instead of the dressing you prefer. We're almost there. Yeah, that's good. There you go. Ready to go. Put a little piece of foil on that. Keep it warm, not too tight. Get the garlic bread in there. Take long. How's that look? I think we're ready. That's how you do it. Doesn't take any skill at all. Just no fear. Make it up as you go. I'm filming right now. All right, judges, what I prepared for you is a Libman family recipe chicken cutlet, basic fettuccine alfredo, garlic bread, and some seared asparagus. We have a spinach salad, tomato and avocado. You can finish that off with balsamic vinegar, blue cheese dressing, blue cheese crumbles. You got some Parmesan cheese for your fettuccine if you like. And please let me know what you think.
Chicken is good.
And if I win, the money is obviously going to go to my favorite charity, the Bud Libman Fund.
Very juicy, not too soft,
Didn't
not
get dried out, not
no,
overcooked.
it didn't.
Good, very good. Got a little crushed bread and extra cheese if your fettuccine needs a little extra kick to the flavor.
I'm getting there.
Judge Kay's going with the Parmesan on the fettuccine.
Where's the black pepper?
Some black pepper for that spinach
You can
salad.
really taste the difference in the fresh pasta with the fettuccine.
Yeah, I love that.
Good and creamy.
Thank you.
perfect amount of spice in the asparagus. Cheesy, salty.
Thank you.
The spinach is prepared wonderfully.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I grew that myself.
Are those roasted pine nuts?
They are, yeah. Threw some pine nuts in there.
Delicious.
Like that. Thank you.
Yeah. Good.
All right.
I like the way the fettuccine tastes like a good pasta, but it's not. It's got a good flavor to it.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
So am I going to advance to the next round?
Wait, I haven't tried everything.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. Give that chicken a shot. Let me know what you think. Take your time.
Yes, you advance to the next round.
Thank you.
No.
From my vote.
Oh.
My vote.
Okay.
What's good? It's day number 37, 20, 40, 20. It's day number 28 of the quarantine, and your boy's getting a little bored. So today I'm going to make a project that I've been working on for a while. I've been teasing the project for a while. It's a it's a leather planner. It hangs on the wall. I don't really know what else to say. I figured now would be the perfect time to make it. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Peace.
oi, 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 fabulosos, então aproveita.
Vai começar a putaria!
O Coringa que mandou. Fabuloso, pô! Fabuloso! Fabuloso, pô! Fabuloso! Fabuloso, pô! Fabuloso! Fabuloso, pô! Fabuloso!
Quer ter um fabuloso,
Fabuloso, mané! Merece camisa 10.
naquele pique.